Hiya, papaya. How is everyone doing? Hi, possum. Happy Sapphic Sunday. How is your day going so far? My day's been good so far, besides the fact that I woke up to missing Rat stream at 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. 3 a.m. I mean, I'm sad. I missed Rat stream. Why did that play? What the fuck? Hello, sound alerts. Sound alerts, hello? You alive? What the fuck? Fuck, what the fuck? Sorry, I just laughed. I just opened my redeem menu. Like, oh, a new redeem was added. The tail one. It's like, what? That's been there for a while. Why are you telling me that the tail redeem is new? Sound alerts? What the fuck? Okay, let's go. Let's go open sound alerts and figure out why. No, they've left chat. Sound alerts is gone in chat. What the heck? What the butt? What the butt? I guess that could be good. I don't know. That's interesting. What? Nothing? What the heck? Hello? I don't hear anything. Press that. What the heck? Why? Why it not working? Why does it not want to work? Why is this stuff? I thought it was fine. Why does it not want to work with Archosaurus all of a sudden? Sure, I make a new one and it works. What the heck? What the heck? I made a whole ass new sound alert browser source and it works now. Why? Why do this to me? It's probably gonna murder the game, probably. Odds are. That's just darn annoying. What? It's just gosh darn annoying. Also, I think I just murder ears. I don't know how loud that was compared to the other ones. OBS.
Good morning.
That played for a second and it's gone. What the heck? What the heck? Why is everything so weird?
Good morning.
Why did that play for a second and then disappear? I don't understand. Why? Why? Now it's just gone. Now it just doesn't want to work anymore. Why are you like this? Why? Did the other ones work? It was working yesterday. Nothing. Nothing. I guess sound alerts just doesn't want to work today.
Good morning, Miho, to you. Good morning, Aspen. Good morning, Miho, to you.
I'm just gonna be testing this over and over again for a minute. We love this.
Aspen.
Now
Good
it wants to
morning,
work.
Miho, to you.
Now that one wants to work. Okay, I see how it is. Fuck you too. Fuck you too. Rename this one. Let me just put this everywhere. Put this everywhere again. Move this in there. Put that there. Face cam. Corner. Okay, there. It's everywhere now. It's in everywhere. Anyways, how is your day? You've been on things so far? That's good, I guess. Like you said, I don't know. I am trying some vanilla, rooibos red tea. I don't taste anything. I don't taste anything. Maybe if I let it steep more, maybe I should put the tea bag back in there for a bit. Yeah, I don't know. I don't taste anything. It's very red. It's surprising, I know, for a red tea. It's a very red tea. Who would have thought that it would look very red as a red tea? But yes, it is. It sure is a thing. Don't taste much. But anyways, back to the the game in hand. We're back to for Sapphic Sunday, playing Fragile Feelings once again by Ebihime as I sit. Does I change my sitting position? Because I do that sometimes. Yes, we're back with Ebihime's comfy little slice of life visual novel about the teacher's aide and the school nurse falling in love, probably, hopefully, yes, coping phobium at some point, yes, eventually, yep, Totally will happen. But yes, it is. Bad feelings. This little small sapphic video game. And last time we got pretty good. We had pretty good distance in. We got some cute little CGs. Cute little CGs. We got this. I think this is old actually. We got the small bean, our small little bean, being sad in the morning mirror, being poor health. And then we got pretty Kohaku, the school nurse. Yes. Yes. We still got quite a bit to go. We've barely filled out one page of the CG, so that's exciting. We got a lot to see soon. I'm excited to see what is in store. I feel like this mousepad is actually worse for my goddamn hand, because it's... I don't know. But anyways, that's not important. We're playing video game right now. And that's what's important. That's the wrong button. I want to hit load for this. The days continued to pass, and June soon melted into July. The weather, which had already been hot, grew hotter still, which further agitated Anne's headaches. On one particularly hot day, Anne suffered from a migraine so intense she had to leave class during her very first lesson to recuperate in the infirmary. Hi, it's Kohaku. It's the cutie. It's the cutie. Kohaku greeted Anne cheerfully, as she so often did, but in a more measured manner than usual, perhaps noting the grimace which twisted Anne's pale face. It's her. It's the woman. Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? I take it you're suffering from your usual migraine? Malady? Malady? Anne's head hurt too much to form any coherent reply. Her vision was beginning to blur, and the pristinely white infirmary was swimming around her. Unable to say much of anything, or indeed do much of anything, she replied with a lackluster, It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Oh dear, that doesn't bode well. Shall I fetch you some paracetamol? And maybe some cold tea to wash it down? I know you can swallow them raw, but it is a hot day. I think you need some liquid in you. I didn't need to be told twice. She sat on the edge of the infirmary bed, one hand pressed to her temple. Disconcerted, She closed her eyes, her eyelashes melding together, and with it came momentary peace. Physically, Anna didn't feel better, but she could breathe a bit more easily in the infirmary. Maybe it had something to do with Kohaku's company. Her presence was reassuring, if nothing else. Here you are. Kohaku was soon at Ann's side. Painkillers in hand, she pressed them into Ann's palm, who accepted them. Ann brought the medication to her mouth and swallowed, her motions mechanical. She had done this many times before. After she had swallowed, Kohaku handed her a bottle of oolong tea. And take this. It's a bit lukewarm, but it should be better than nothing. Even in her dazed state, Ann could see that the seal in the bottle had been broken once before. It was only half full. Kohaku must have taken several sips from this bottle already. Her dark lips pursed around the plastic. Ann's fingers clenched about the bottle and the plastic crackled. Abashed, she shifted. Thank you, but... But what? Is this... really alright? I mean... this is yours. It's fine, dear. I think you need it more than I do. But if you already drank from it, then... there's cooties. Oh, don't worry about that. I don't mean germs, at least not that I know of. It's perfectly hygienic. No, I wasn't worried about that. Then you were worried about me? Kohaku grinned. That's sweet of you, but don't worry. You can drink the rest. Look at it as a little present. I'll get another one on my own, just so we don't end up sharing spit. Not that I'm too concerned about catching anything. As far as I know, you only suffer from migraines. I don't think they're contagious. No, that wasn't... Ann bowed her head. Then she sighed. Never mind, thank you? With one trembling hand, Ann brought the bottle to her mouth and began to drink. Yes, yet past tense. She didn't realize how thirsty she had been until she began to drink. Now that she had begun, however, she found herself incapable of stopping. Like a feeding kitten, she soon drained the bottle of its very last drop. Ann had handed the empty bottle to Kohaku and wiped her mouth with the back of her arm. She felt slightly better, but she was still sleepy and shy alongside it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to drink at all. Fine! I said you could. I only hope it made a difference. Does your head still hurt? It's a bit better. Well, at least it's better than not at all. And remember, headaches can be excruciating on the excruciated by the heat. You've got to make sure you drink a lot during the summer, or you get dehydrated. You're unfortunate in that you suffer from all these migraines, but you can always try to mitigate them. Don't be cavalier with your health, young missy. Kohaku waved her index finger in Ann's direction as she spoke, but she was smiling and Ann knew that she was only half serious. She'd never heard Kohaku sound genuinely upset or angry. Perhaps Kohaku lacked the ability to be angry. Or perhaps she was simply good, like many a world like many world-weary adults, at hiding her own emotions. Yes, ma'am. Anne responded meekly, her head hanging. I try to behave myself. Good! See to it that you do. I do worry about you, you know. You do? Kinda hard not to after I saw you crying that one time. Anne pulled a face. Please don't remind me. Wipe that from your memory. Sorry, but you could do. Sorry, but no can do. I might be a little older than you, but I'm not senile. And memory isn't that bad. Besides, it's not something I could forget in a hurry. Look so dejected. So delicate, too. You were shaking. It must have flipped some kind of switch in me. Because now I find myself wanting to look at you, look out for you. Not that I ever wanted otherwise, but I understand. Looking at people is part of the parcel, and is part and parcel of being a nurse, but with you, well, I guess you're the sort of girl who people want to protect, myself included. If we were in medieval England, I'd totally go and slay a dragon for you, milady. I don't think that would be necessary, and you shouldn't put yourself out for my sake. I'm not worth it. Kohaku raised an eyebrow. I'm afraid I'll have to disagree with you on that one. I think you're very much worth it. Case in point. I don't want to see you suffer, so you got to promise me you'll do your best to look after yourself. I can't always be there for you, you know. I know that, and Ange dipped her head, her fingers tracing unintelligible patterns upon the white sheets. I'll try. Good! Trying is all I can ask for. That's what I'm doing too. I know I may look effortless, but there's things even I need to work at. I'm not as perfect as I like to act, or indeed, think. I think I've babbled long enough. You must be getting bored of my voice by now. Would you like to get some shut-eye? It's just what the doctor ordered. Well, if it's an order, I guess I can't refuse it. Anna returned Kohaku's grin with a small smile, her cheeks tinged pink. Though her head still throbbed ever since she had awoken, it felt slightly less pressing than it did before. Was it because of the oolong tea, or Kohaku's smile? Maybe it was a little combination of them both. Anne slept for a couple hours. When she finally awoke, it was lunchtime. The worst of her migraine had evaporated, and though a dull ache remained in it, was not unmanageable. This was the kind of pain Anne was accustomed to, the sort which followed her throughout her waking hours. It was a pain she was so familiar with. She had long since learnt how to ignore it. It would be a lie to say that she felt perfectly alright, but she was possibly alright. And that was alright. And that was alright enough for Anne to be getting along with. When such time had ended, she would have to leave the infirmary. She felt well enough now to manage her afternoon class, and all of Tamaki's temper tantrums. For the present, however, she wanted to spend some time with Kohaku. On a hot day like that one, the whitewashed infirmary was a veritable Eden. The cheap fan set up in Kohaku's desk, akin to a divine blessing. The fan itself was a cheap, ugly hunk of plastic, but Ann still worshipped it. The weather was hot enough to be miserable, but Ann was with Kohaku, and they had oolong tea and salted rice crackers, and the electric fan was whirring. What more could they have asked? Would have wanted? Ann was, for the present, content. But Kohaku was less so. This heat is miserable. I don't envy all the girls out in the courtyard. They must be melting. If you're hot, why don't you take off your coat? If you're hot, why don't you take off your coat? Oh no, I couldn't do that. Why not? It's part of my shtick. Shtick? Yeah, I'm a school nurse, you see? White coats are an important part of the look. How else would I set myself apart from all the peons if they didn't dress up a little? I think you dress up quite a bit already. Well, I know that. I always had a flair for the theatrics. Maybe I should have trained to be an actress instead of a doctor. Not that my parents would have approved. Were they particularly strict? No more or less than any other parent. I guess as far as I'm concerned, they were pretty normal. They just wanted the best for me, or so they said. They told me there was no sense pursuing the arts when it's all so up in the air. I wouldn't necessarily disagree either, not that I'm in my 20s. Now that I'm in my 20s, there's no guarantee you'll ever make it big as an artiste, no matter how much effort you put in. It's all about connections, who you know, not what. Then again, a lot of fields are like that. Kohaku swiveled in around about on her chair to look at the window, her expression pensive. My parents were the ones who pushed me into medicine. They said it was a safe bet since I'd always been good at the sciences, biology in particular. I think taking things apart to see how they work. I like taking things apart to see how they work, but physics has always made my head spin. It's all too theoretical. At least with biology, you actually get to cut stuff up and delve into the inner workings. You can't really do that with planets. Didn't you want to study medicine then? No, I did. I say my parents pushed me into it, but I really didn't resist it. It's not like I had any better ideas. Besides, I was pretty passionate about it. You were? You were? Kohaku laughed. then stretched. The sleeves of her white coat slipped down her white arms as she did. Loose fabric bunched around her elbows. I say I'm like cutting stuff up, right? I said I like cutting stuff up, right? You did, yes? Well, that's how it's true ever since I was a little kid. When I was about 7, I dissected one of my dollies to see what was inside, which was a fat load of nothing. It was pretty disappointing, actually. I just learned in biology that humans are like 70% liquid, and we had a whole bunch of bones and blood vessels packed inside us. I thought it was pretty cool. I wanted to see if makers of my dolls had gone to the extra mile, but they left her tummy totally empty. You mean you wanted her to bleed? Why not? It would have been fun. Privately, Anne thought Kohaku's idea of fun was very different to hers, but she didn't comment on that. She was unsure whether her input would have been appropriate or appreciated. At least I was able to work my way up to the real humans after that colossal letdown. Their innards are way more interesting. I don't know if I want to think about innards. Anne rested one hand on her belly with some trepidation, while Kohaku laughed. Kohaku seemed to laugh easily at the smallest of provocations, and loudly too. Anne couldn't imagine laughing like that. But then again, there were a lot of things she couldn't, or simply didn't want to, imagine. Slicing up human stomachs was rather high on that list. So, what about you? What did you want? Why did you want to be a teacher? Well, I don't know if want is the right word. It just happened, I suppose. I didn't know what else to do, and I don't have any plans. Miss Kayano said that she'd always been fond of me, and asked me if I wanted to work here. She put in a good word with Miss Akasaka, and here I am. I don't know if I really want to stay here, though. It's more... I'm not sure what else I could do. Isn't there anything you like doing? I don't know. Anne's fingers clutched about the fabric of her skirt. She was starting to feel sick. She'd been having fun with Kohaku, as much fun as a girl like her could have in any case. But now it all felt spoiled. If only Kohaku hadn't asked her about her future. That was the one thing Anne did not like dwelling upon. What was the point when... Well, never mind. You're still young, it's perfectly normal to be undecided about your future. Why most girls your age would be at university now, not working. I don't think you're behind. There's no need to rush. You don't? Nope. These things take time. We were all in your position once. I think it's normal. Normal. Anne frowned. She had never thought of herself as normal before. Normalcy was something most people took for granted. So Anne had always held it in high esteem. She never once aspired to be the best in any field. She did not want to stand out, nor to be extraordinary. She would far rather have been ordinary, just like everybody else. Anne had always thought she stood out, but if Kohaku thought she was normal, then... Thank you. Anne appreciated the sentiment more than Kohaku could have ever known. She smiled, and for once she was not fully conscious that she was doing so. Her reaction was involuntary. Hey now, that's a nice smile. It suits you. Really? I wouldn't know. Maybe you want it, but I do. I said it when we first met too. Remember? You look a whole lot pretty like that. Which is saying a lot since you're so pretty already. No, I'm not. Yes, you are! You're a total cutie pie! I don't know about that, You don't need to treat me like... with kids' gloves. I know you're trying to be nice, but I am an adult. Gay! That's pretty gay. It's pretty gay. Yes. You have said you're 19, if I remember right. Noted. I am now. But my birthday's coming up soon. It's on the 14th. You don't say! Does that mean you're a summer baby? Noted again. Well, that's a surprise. Why? The same reason you were so shocked to learn I like sweets. It's silly, but you don't seem like a summery girl to me. I'd always pegged you as an autumn or winter child. But with the way your sweet little head is always drooping like a flower. Still, July 14th. That's soon. It's less than, what, a week away? It's in 5 days. You been counting? There isn't much else to do around here. I get that. This place is quite quiet. This place is so quiet. I started counting down to the summer holidays the moment it started. I guess I should probably just get you a present then. What? No, oh no. Anne held out both hands, the fingers of which were speckled with crumbs from the crackers she'd eaten. Yes, it's been very quiet except for Kohaku. That's not why I told you about my birthday. I don't want you to feel obligated. It really isn't necessary. I don't feel obligated. I'm offering because I want to, you silly girl. But I don't want to be a bother. It's not a bother at all. I mean, jeez. You only have one birthday every year. You might as well celebrate it. I don't really like celebrating. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you're at the age where you're already starting to dread getting older. You don't have any wrinkles to speak of, or any gray hairs. Come at me with all your silly birthday regrets when you're closer to 30 than 20. It starts to matter. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I know, I'm only kidding. I'm not kidding about getting you a present, though. I think you need some cheering up. You always look so gloomy. And besides, we are friends. Still, that being said, I don't know what you like, so maybe we should go on a trip together. A trip? Where to? No fancy. I just thought we could go to the town together this weekend and take a look around. And maybe go probably to eat. I'm gonna get some more tea. Where is? There it is. We're back.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
I'm back. Hello. Hi, Olivia. It's 1, 2, 3. I can't count. 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4. 4. Mmm. 4 keys. Mmm. Mimo. What is this open? Get that open. I can tell you. You can tell me there if there's anything you want. I can buy it then and there, provided it's not made of solid gold or anything. I'm not poor, but you'd be surprised how fast your savings evaporate when you live in Tokyo. The turnover there is exuberant. It will make your eyes water. Your ears, that's concerning. Don't give your ears water. See a doctor, not me. It's way cheaper here since my accommodation's free, but my current salary is a pittance compared to my old one. So depressing. I could cry. If you have money troubles, you don't need to buy me anything. I'm doing just fine, thank you, little missy. Don't worry about me. We're supposed to be worrying about you. Must you worry about me? Sorry, but I can't help it. I already told you. So, what do you think? Do you want to come out with me this weekend? If you really want to, then I don't mind. You don't mind, huh? Kohaku left. That's not the enthusiastic consent I was hoping for, but I guess it's better than nothing. Alright then. I'll pick you up outside the school gates at 11 this coming Sunday. Does that sound alright? That's fine. What's this ping for? Oh yeah, of course. What's this ping for? Oh yeah, of course. How can I forget about, the fact that it's Sunday. Therefore, it's Puzzle Sunday. I keep forgetting that's Puzzle Sunday. Of course there's an order on Discord for Puzzle Sunday. Great! Kohaku stretched then rose to her feet, backlit by the golden sun, which spilled in through the chinks of the blinds. She faced on and said, "It's a date!" It's a date. Whoa. Guys. We're going on a date. Oh my god, An's going on a date! We're going on a date, guys! That's pretty gay. Anna woke earlier that Sunday and devoted more time to choosing an outfit than normal. She never had anywhere else to go save the classroom. Anna found little value in dressing up or looking nice. She didn't want to appeal slipknot. Slipshod. Slip, slip. Slipshod. She didn't want to appear slipshod or messy, but neither did she place much value on fashion. Whoopsies. Oopsies, I skipped ahead in this video on the background. Whoopsies, give me a second here. I'll find out where I was a second ago. Wow, minimized the window and got a surprise background of Aspen and Miho being gay. Wow, imagine doing that. Where's the hide all windows button? What the fuck? They got rid of the hide all windows button on the fucking desk on the taskbar. What the fuck? It's rude. What if one looks at my background? Windows, ever thought about that? Give me a second. I can't look at it because tits in the way. I'll never know what my main desktop background is unless I do this. Ah, it's Love Live. My current background is Love Live. And my second monitor is Corrin X Azura from Final Fantasy. From Fire Emblem Fate. She never really understood it, despite Runa's best efforts to educate her. She couldn't see the point. Cute. Anne had worn her uniform as a child and after graduating, she had continued to wear plain, prim clothes like it, with long skirts and black stockings, since that was all she had known. Clothes weren't pretty, but they were safe, and that was enough to satisfy Anne. That being the case, Anne didn't have anything to wear to greet Kohaku save what she always wore. And for the first time she found her limited wardrobe lacking. Did other girls shy from any and all the attention as she did? Runa definitely didn't. Perhaps Anne's steadfast attempt to melt into the scenery had achieved the opposite effect of what she had intended, and had instead made her odder than ever. Anne had no idea what she was supposed to look like, or even how she was supposed to act. What would Kohaku be expecting from her? Anne was rather at a loss. Anne fetched an outfit, which she thought was good enough, then began to dress. Once she had finished changing, she then exited her dormitory. The sunlight beat down mercilessly upon her head. It was hotter than it had been the day prior, and she was sweating. Her head ached. She had arrived at her destination half an hour earlier than being too anxious to pace about her room any longer. She had been waiting for about 20 minutes, and the heat was almost unendurable. Anne had half a mind to turn as Cinderella had, leaving behind not a dainty glass slipper, Anne owned nothing so beautiful, but one of the plain black flats she always wore. But then she heard it. Tires, spelt with a Y, against the road, and the screech of brakes. Then, there was a loud cry. Hey, Anne! You're here a little early, aren't you? Ah! Anne blinked and lifted her head. She thought of escape evaporating. Kohaku really was there. She hadn't abandoned her at all. And why would she? Kohaku had always been very insistent that they were friends, and while friends might have teased one another, they did not let each other down. Kohaku would let her down, or go back on her word. She wasn't that type of person. Why Anne chastened herself? Had she not had more faith? Kohaku. Anne spoke the older woman's name like a sigh. Then she smiled, a real, genuine smile, which lit up her whole face. It's really good to see you. Oh my god! Boobs! Anne sat on the passenger seat beside Kohaku, one hand toying with her hair. Her lips were pursed, her blue eyes blinking as she observed the scenery which flashed beyond the windows of the car. They are very pretty. Look at her. She's so sad. She's so sad. But also small. Oops. Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. Why is she so sad? I'm being distracted by the YouTube video right now. I'm being cowardly distracted by the YouTube video I'm watching. Because I'm weird. Anyways. She lifted her purse and her blue-eyed blinking as she observed the scenery which flashed beyond the windows of the car. The cedar trees were tall, lush and green, their trunks skinny, their tops sharp and pointed like arrowheads. They swayed in the warm breeze and their leaves rustled. It was all very pretty. Peaceful, too. At least it should have been, but... Son of a... Kwaku's car went over a bump large enough to unsettle both women. Kwaku cursed under her breath, and Anne, who had expected it, banged her elbow against the car door. Winded, she winced. Ow. Ow. Are you right over there? I think I'll live. I guess that'll do it for now. Sorry about that. I didn't strong-arm you into this little jaunt to crash the car and get us both beat up. It wouldn't be a fun way to start the day. And it'd reflect poorly on me too. Because of your job? That's right! When you work in the healthcare section, you're expected to uphold health and safety regulations. People have got all kinds of expectations for you. Not getting involved in grisly car accidents included. I'll keep my eyes peeled. Thank you. But it's alright. I trust you. With your life? If I didn't, I wouldn't have agreed to get into the car with you in the first place. Well, ain't that nice? If my hands weren't occupied, I'd give you a hug. Please don't. I'm all sweaty. It is kinda hot, huh? I'm going to turn on the AC on? If you wouldn't mind. Sure thing. I don't know why I didn't do it before. Must have slipped my mind. I was busy thinking about gay. Kohaku leaned forward in the seat and flicked the AC on with a deft gesture, then made to settle the car back in a chair, which paused. Maybe I'll put some music on too. Would that be alright? I should mind. Go ahead. Alright then. Kohaku fiddled with the radio until she found a station she liked. Soon, the class flooded with the sweet, nostalgic sound of soaring strings. Anne thought she would recognized it, though she couldn't place a name onto it. Who was it by? She was unsure, but the piece was obviously a classic. I didn't know you liked this kind of thing. There's a lot about me you don't know. Ma petite. Kohaku tittered as she settled back into the driver's seat. Though her attention was focused upon the road, it had wound and twisted so much, it would be unwise to look away. She still had a smile to spare for her passenger. I don't mind classical music. It's very relaxing. It's not the only thing I listen to, though. What else do you like? Whatever takes my fancy. I'm pretty partial to synth stuff like YMO, T-Model, and Plastics. Do you know any of them? Not really, no. Well, maybe they're before your time. They're a bit before my time, too, come to think of it. You're not that much older than me. I guess 7 years isn't such a huge gap. Kohaku navigated the road carefully through a maze of tall pine trees. She was so enscorched in her task. Silence opened up between the pair until finally she said, "So, what about you?" What about me? What are your favorite bands? You must have a few. I'm not sure. I don't really listen to music. No? No. Well, isn't that a shame? There's so much good stuff out there. I'd better introduce you to some of my favorite stuff. I have a bunch of old tapes. These are from my dad. We could check out. I think my old cassette player's bust, though. Maybe I'll have to try and find a new one. It'd be fun to listen to my old faves in the infirmary with you. So long as Miss Akasaka doesn't find out and... Oh, watch out. We're about to go over another bump. The car did, indeed, go over another bump. But Anne was prepared for this time. She braced herself and she shifted only minutely in her seat. God, these roads are awful! And it doesn't help that they bend so much either. It'd be really easy to get lost around here. You did say you had a poor sense of direction. It's sad but true. It can't all be perfect. Do you need me to give you directions? Nah, it's fine. I've been on this road, if you can call it that, enough times at this point. I appreciate it though. Speaking of, how well do you know your way around here? I didn't think you got out of school much. I don't, but I have been to the town a few times. I'm not a complete hermit. Yeah? How did you get there? Do you drive? No, I take the bus. I didn't know there was a bus. There is. It only runs out on the weekends though, and it doesn't come by very often. Figures, I can't imagine many people use these old roads. I can't imagine you'd be able to afford a car on your salary anyway. Whatever it is, but... Can you drive? On, shook her head. What was that? I can't see. I'm watching the road. Would you say? Did you answer my question? I've never had any lessons. Oh. Don't you want to learn? I've never really thought about it. It seemed like a superfluous skill when An had already committed herself to a life cloistered inside St. Cecilia's. There was nowhere she particularly wished to go, nor anybody she wanted to see. Unlike Anderson's mermaid, she was content to live at the bottom of the sea. Hans Christopher Andersen. That's not it, is it? No. I think it was an us. Hans Christopher Andersen. No, I was right, I'm right, I think. Yeah, I'm right. Hans Christian Andersen. Yep, I'm correct. I only know that because of the funny frozen fact of Hans Christoph Andersen and Sven. Hans Christoph and Sven. Well, that funny little thing. That's the news I know the guy's name. That's it. There's sole reason because they're frozen. Lol. Hans Christoph and Sven. Hans Christian Andersen. That was what she had told herself, at least, but I realized that one. So I pointed out like a long time ago when Frozen first came out on the internet. I was like, oh, that's funny. Hans Christoph and Sven. Hans Christoph and Sven. Maybe you should give it a go. I know it's a little scary at first, but you get used to it. I'm not the best driver, but I haven't killed anyone. Yet. Wow. Thank you for the reassurance. Don't mention it! Kohaku laughed. You're more careful than I am. At least that's the implication. The impression I get. So I bet you'd master it sooner than me. I failed my test like 7 times before I finally passed. Was it that hard? Nah, I was just careless. I made a whole bunch of silly mistakes. Driving comes naturally to me now, though. It's just like riding a bike. I don't know how to ride a bike either. Swimming then? Don't tell me you can't swim. Well... Oh, An, you're missed out! What sort of childhood did you have? I think my childhood was like anybody others. Anybody else's? I don't know about that. Now I really am starting to worry about you. I can't exactly teach you how to drive. I wouldn't want you picking up all my bad habits. But I could show you how to swim at least. School does have a pool. Right? It does, yeah. Then, we should try it. I'll show you what to do. I'm not the world's best teacher. That's why I'm a nurse. But it might be fun. What do you say? I've seen a CG. I've seen many CGs from this game tweeted out by Ebihime, and I'm excited. Also, I also cannot properly swim. By that I mean I cannot tread water. I would die if I was stranded at sea. I would die. But I can ride a bike. But I can ride a bike, at least, so I'm slightly better than On. But I have one of the 3 skills that Kohaku is asking about. Only one of them, though. Not the other 2. I'll think about it. I guess it's better than nothing. You got one at least? I do have one at least. So, what do you normally go to town with? Who do you normally go to town with? Do you go out on your own? I usually go with Runa. We went on more trips when we were both students. Window shopping and stuff. I haven't been out with her in a while. I thought it might be inappropriate. She asked, but, well... Unside. She hadn't asked as much since the new term started. Maybe she's given up. Does that bother you? I don't know. I don't like being alone, but I should probably hang out with people my own age. The other teachers are all older than I am, though. Well, that's what I'm here for. If you ever want to go out, just say the word. I'd love to spend more time with you. That wouldn't be so bad, maybe. Just maybe? I'll withhold my judgment until the day is done. I'm enjoying myself so far, though. You're pretty easy to please if you like being bumped around in the gold car. Well, I don't like that so much, but I do like being with you. Same here! I like being with you too. That's why I suggested this little jaunt. Oh, it's gonna be pretty. Me too! I like being with me too! Same here! I like being with me too! I don't really understand why, though. You don't need to understand why, you just need to know that I like you. Isn't that reason enough? Ann was unconvinced, but she didn't try to argue. For once, she wanted to have fun, and if that meant accepting Kohaku liked her, she would try to do that too. Try to do just that. She didn't want to keep rebuffing her. It seemed far easier to go along with Kohaku. And part of Ann did want to believe that she possessed some qualities which were worth liking. Be around to dehydrate real quick. Not me missing Callista gripping Brat. What the heck? Cursed me going to sleep a bit earlier because I was tired. I missed Callista. I missed the fun VR last night. I'm sad by that. How dare we sleep? Curses. Man, this sure is nostalgic. I've been to one of these places in years. I feel like a little girl again. What are you on? Have you ever been to one of these joints? I don't think so. Huh? Huh? Are you for real right now? I don't see why I would lie about that. Oh, you got me wrong. I didn't take it like that. I wasn't trying to call you out, call you a liar or anything. I was surprised. Petit Jardin is like a super popular chain. Is this an Olive Garden? Is this an Olive Garden? Because this place is called Small Garden. Is this an Olive Garden? Is this an Olive Garden called Small Garden? It is? It is. Yeah! They're all over Tokyo! Did you know that? On Sugarhead. I've never been to Tokyo. Well, they don't have these joints in Tokyo. They're all over Japan. I think they might have a few in China and Korea too. Okay, maybe it's not Olive Garden. Maybe it's just a place called Tiny Garden in French. Maybe it's a place in Japan with a French name. Because why not? I've never been to China or Korea either. Neither have I. But even if you've never been here before, I refuse to believe you've never heard of it. Have you been living under a rock? No. Only at St. Cecilia's. Kohaku laughed and leant back in his seat, one leg folded over the other, sitting very gaily. Good point. Guess you don't have much of a chance to get out, huh? Again, Anne shook her head. Get back, I apparently need to load the fucking dryer. I return. Apparently, it's my job to put the clothes into the dryer. Not the person who just minutes ago unloaded the dryer of their clothes. Meanwhile, while the washing machine sits open with very visibly wet clothes sitting, wet socks and stuff sitting in the washing machine. It's not that person's job to put the wet clothes into the now empty dryer. It's my job. Shook. Anyways, I have chips. I now have sour cream and onion flavored chips. I don't know. I didn't see. I cut off the thing that had what actually there. They're like puffy rings. Chips. I don't know if these are chips. Puffy things. Munch crunch. Again, on shook her head. And what about your parents? Did they never take you out to eat when you were a kid? Not to a family restaurant. They didn't like them. How'd they know they didn't like them if they didn't try them? They didn't want to try them. At least my dad didn't. He was a very particular person. Ann fiddled with her napkin as she spoke. Rolled neatly beneath the fingertips. The man to work it into square sections. With a bit of time and effort, she would be able to transform it into a beautiful swan. Aha, I see. Your old man figured he was too good for places like this, didn't he? More or less. He said family restaurants were crass. Unpaused, her fingertips pressed down hard against a makeshift swan until the napkin tore. She didn't like talking about her father, particularly not when she was with Kohaku. Sometimes the past was better off left forgotten. He said that about a lot of things. Ugh. He sounds like a bit of a gloomy bastard. No offense. Not taken. Well, you have to worry about. You don't you have to worry about now. You're here with me. I don't care about crass things. How crass things are. All I want to do is show you a good time. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ann would never have gone to a family restaurant on her own, but she was enjoying the experience despite the pervasive smell of fried food which filled the air. It was more fun than sitting in her room on her own with her books, which she had already read dozens of times before. Books were all well and good when you had nothing better to do, but even they could become stale after one or too many rereads. a skilled author could make the characters on the page come alive. But that was in a figurative sense. These characters weren't truly real. Kohaku, meanwhile, was made of flesh and blood in digital code. It was very much alive in digital format. Her laughter was infectious, her smile even more so, and being with her made Anne's spirits lighter than she had ever known. She didn't feel out of place in her current surroundings, unfamiliar though they were. The hour was an awkward one, midway between two meals, but Petite Garden was still busy. Its tours were occupied with families, couples, and groups of chattering friends. Nearby a baby grizzled as its mother tried to strap it into a high chair. A newspaper rustled as an elderly gentleman flipped through the sports pages. A girl in her late teens, meanwhile, tried to spoon-feed her boyfriend a bit of strawberry sundae, which she poured back, his face on fire. The waitress and waiters were walking to and fro from the tables, taking orders and serving drinks and feeding away dirty crockery. Plates clinked, couples chattered, and the small baby in the high chair began to squall. It was a lot to take in. Are you sure you're okay? Kohaku looked at Anne, askant. The noise isn't getting to you, is it? I think I'll be fine. It's not that bad, anyway. Anne pushed her crumpled napkin to one side. It was no use to her now. Her poor swan's wings would be far too crooked for fight, and smiled. There shouldn't be anything to worry about. Not when I'm with you. On you! Anne, I didn't believe it. It really is you. Oh. Anne jumped alarmed. Was that Runa? Howdy, girl, can't see! You're interrupting their date! Can't believe it. I'm enjoying my chips. Thank you, Pasta, for the hydrate. Was that Runa? Runa was clad, not in a school uniform. It was a Sunday, after all. But a white buttoned-up blouse and a plain black skirt. And an apron. And a red apron. You forgot about that, red apron. Her hair was tied back in her signature pigtails and she was smiling from ear to ear. What are you doing here, Runa? What do you think? Just take a look. Runa twirled in a spot like a dancer, her arms outstretched. Don't like the uniform? Does that mean you work here? Uh-huh. Only on weekends, though. Have you been working here long? A couple of months. I started at the end of April. I see. I didn't know that. Well, I wasn't about to tell you. I was trying to keep it a secret. What? But why? Well, you know, I have my reasons. I wanted to save up enough money to buy something. But I can't tell you what I meant to buy just yet. I don't wanna go into spoiler territory. Spoilers aren't really supposed to work anyway. It's in Fitzcecilia's handbook. If Miss Akasaka knew about this, I'd be hauled into her office for a disciplinary meeting. Promise you won't tell anybody on Crush Her Bumper Die? Of course I wouldn't tell anyone. I wouldn't want you to get in trouble. I knew you'd say that. If you're a true friend, On, you're so good to me. Your colleague, on the other hand... Runa's gaze now flickered to Kohaku. Her nose wrinkled. I don't know if I trust her. You don't? How harsh. Kohaku tittered, pervious to the pouty glower of dislike Runa was aiming at her. Have I ever done anything to make you distrust me, Miss Eguchi? Why, we've hardly spoken. And in a perfect world, it'd stay that way. Runa turned back to Ann, whose snub nose still furrowed. I'm not about to tell you who you spend your time with, but I really don't get the nurse lady's appeal. Why are you acting so buddy-buddy with her? Not particularly buddy-buddy. What? We're not. I know this time I thought we were friends. You wounded me, Lady Ann. Sorry, let me say it again. Why, we're not? I know this time I thought we were friends. You and me, Lady Ann. Lady Ann. It's me, Morgana. It's me, Morgana. Lady Ann, how could you? Lady Ann. How could you? Wow. What? No, I meant... Ann looked anxiously between her two friends, not wanting to upset either of them, but unsure how best to go about it. The AC was turned up inside Petit Jardin, but Ann could feel her brow beginning to break into a fine patina of sweat. We are friends, but we're not that close. We're not? I mean, we are close. Of course we are. You've been very nice to me, and I really do appreciate it, but... But what? Don't tell me you prefer her company over mine. No, it's not like that. I like both of you, but... Well, I've known you longer, Runa, and you're very precious to me in your own way, so don't worry. No matter what happens, you'll always be my best friend. Well, good. Runa exhaled sharply, then smiled. I'm sorry for doubting you, Ann. I should have known. You'd never pass me up in favor of this old lady. I'm not that old. You're closer to 30 than you are 20, which makes you old by default. And what about that makes people who are actually in their 30s? Dinosaurs! In their 40s? Fossil fuel, duh! Runa rolled her eyes and Kohaku laughed. Didn't anybody ever teach you to respect your elders, Miss Spitfire? So you're admitting that you're an elder now? Back to you, I suppose. Oh no, you're old. Compared to Ann, too. You shouldn't hang about her so much. It's creepy.
Aspen! Good morn, Miho to you.
I've got a few things before, sure. I think it must be the makeup. That and the piercings. It's not that common outside of Tokyo. I think it looks try-hard myself. Yep. And for that too. Ugh. Runa scowled, but she ceased her insults. Stubborn though she was, she must have been able to see that they were pointless when Kohaku refused to interact with them. Well, whatever. Take your orders and get out of your hair soon enough. But I gotta ask something first, nurse. I do have a name, you know. It's Asaba. It's Asaba. Yes, I know. So, Miss Asaba, you won't tell the headmistress about this, will you? About what? Your shocking lack of respect for a member of the staff, or your blatant disregard for the school's rules? You know what I'm talking about. Choking. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, rat jump scare in Leary's chat. Don't tell Miss Akasaka I'm working here. It'll cause all kinds of problems which I so don't want to deal with. Ah, yes, I can imagine that. Miss Akasaka is quite stern, isn't she? She's the worst. Dealing with her is a huge pain. I just consume these crumbs from my chips. Oh, I'm missing. Put this garbage out real quick. Be right back. Walking away from the computer. She's the worst. Dealing with her is a huge pain. I can't agree on that matter. I can't fucking read. I can't read! I can agree on that matter, at least. I don't like her very much either. Kohaku smiled and went back in her seat, her arms folded beneath her chest. Silence fell. Runa observed Kohaku, while Kohaku observed Runa. The sounds of the restaurant, crying babies, clattering plates, flirting couples, faded into the background. Then, after a few moments had passed... Oh, very well, I can keep this a secret if you insist, Miss Spitfire. I don't think the fallout would be worth it. Remember though, you owe me! I'm being nice to you, so I expect you to act the same towards me. Huh? Are you trying to blackmail me now? No, I'm trying to educate you. I do work in a school. You're not a teacher. I know I'm not. But I am ancient. if you're going by your standards. And I've picked up a thing or two during my long, long life. A little bit of humility won't kill you. If you want to get by, you've gotta learn to play it nice. Sure. Whatever. No. Not whatever. I wanted to say thank you, Miss Asaba. Can you manage that? Nus scowled murderously, while Kohaku smiled. It's all right. I can wait. I don't know if your colleagues can though. Don't you have a job to do? That is the root cause of this little spat. Why you? Yes? What is it? Nothing. Runa looked away, hands clenched into fists at her side, while Kohaku smiled. Ann wasn't entirely certain about this. She found it difficult to read Kohaku's moods, but she got the distinct feeling that Kohaku was enjoying this more than she ought. Was she some sort of sadist? If so, that might have been not if so, that mightn't be too surprising. That was the woman. This was a woman who had cut apart her dolls during her youth to see whether they would bleed. I don't like saying this, but I guess you are helping out. You don't have to, but you are. So just for today, thank you for helping me, Miss Asaba. I appreciate it. There. That was so hard, was it? Bite me. No, thank you. Ever there was something to eat. Do you know what you want on? Oh, yes. I think I have the cheese tea. Cheese tea? And the spaghetti carbonara, if that's alright. Give me a second. I need to send this to the server and say cheese tea mentioned. Cheese tea. And I'll have a coffee and the Salisbury steak. Thank you, Miss Spitfire. Sure. Whatever. I can't believe I had to run into you, of all people. If only Miss Ann had been on her own. So she's your Ann, is she? If only my Ann had been on her own. So, she's your Ann, is she? Of course! Didn't you hear? Did you hear her? She's known me way longer than she's known you, which makes us BFFs. You don't stand a chance. Sure. Sure, whatever. Whatever you see about Runa, Miss Spitfire. The food and drinks were served by Runa 20 minutes later, and An's accompanied with a smile, and Kohaku's a scowl. I hope you enjoy it, An. I asked the kitchen staff to put a whole bunch of extra love in there for you. What about me? Should I get any extra love? You, no. You should count yourself lucky I didn't spit in your food. How charming. Runa flounced off in a flurry, much to Kohaku's amusement. She watched her as she sipped her coffee. A smile played around her lips. That girl is awfully energetic for a St. Cecilia student. I thought you were all supposed to be well-behaved young ladies. We are, for the most part. Runa's just... Anne twirled her spaghetti about her on her fork, a pensive expression on her face. She's... very unique. Now that's a diplomatic way of putting it. Today we were which was cool because hey, more coffee. And I pointed it out in case she wanted to switch it so that she didn't get in trouble or something, and she looked right at my eyes and said, I decide what you drink now. When it's your foot in my store, I become judge, jury, and executioner. Anyways. This might just be my imagination, but I get the feeling she doesn't like me very much. I wonder why. Do you think I did something to offend her? Maybe it's on my piercings. She was glaring at me like I just murdered her puppy. I don't think that's it. She's just a bit... overprotective, I suppose. Yes, I had noticed. Is there a story behind that? We're both students, though. She's a couple of years younger than I am. We were never in the same classes, but we were both part of the cookery club. Nobody else really talked to me at the club, and I never talked to them. I think Runa took pity on me, so she felt obligated to be nice. She talked to me a lot, and became friends before we knew it. I'm not sure if I had much choice in the matter. Runa's always been pushy, but I don't dislike that, I suppose. If she wasn't pushy, she never would have bothered trying to be my friend. Everybody else gave up on me, but Runa never did. Please don't take what she says to heart. She's just trying to look out for me. I see. I think I understand. That girl must like you an awful lot. She does, yes, though I don't know why. Really now? I think I might have an inkling. You do? Well, you're incredibly cute, for starters. Who wouldn't want to be your friend? I'm not. Yes, you are. You've been through this. I won't embarrass you too much, though. This was supposed to be a relaxing day. Still, I am a little jealous. Of who? Me? No. Of Miss Iguchi. What? Why? It might be a bit too early to say this, but... Kohaku toyed with a spoon which protruded from a cup of coffee. Beneath Petite Jardin's artificial light, the coffee inside her cup seemed to shine like amber. It would be nice if we could be that close one day, too. Anne opened her mouth, then closed, Her teeth fell shut with a clink, and her fingers tightened around her fork. Shyly, she dipped her hand. Her heart was beginning to pound again. How was she supposed to respond to that? Yes, go for it. Be gay. After the meal, Kohaku and An began to window shop. Kohaku was too unfamiliar with the town to take the lead, and An had never been much of a leader herself, so perhaps it was inevitable that they found themselves meandering. Fortunately, there was nowhere in particular An really wanted to go. She was content simply just to walk in step with Kohaku, the two of them side by side. They did hold hands, unlike some of the couples An saw, but their shoulders did brush on occasion. Every time this occurred, a pink blush bloomed across An's cheeks. After another half an hour of wandering, Kohaku and An eventually chanced upon a side street, which An was unfamiliar with. When An went to town, which was rare, she usually kept to the town center. It was there that all the chain shops were, the clothes stores and music stores, with their comfortably familiar logos and ubiquitous across the country. It was these shops that Runa always frequented, being a fast fashion junkie. She loved buying clothes, but didn't trust any brand she couldn't find advertised within the pages of her favorite magazines. It would sooner die than poke her snub nose into a second-hand shop. An had no such compunctions. However, and she rather enjoyed perusing the out-of-the-way side street, which was lined with shops she had never seen before. There was an antique shop, its windows devoted to a rack of old kimonos, an old-fashioned sweet shop stocked from floor to ceiling with glass jars full of colourful confectionaries, a second-hand bookshop full of bursting with old, aged, spotted tomes published decades prior. Hey, Ann, look at this! Don't you think it's adorable? And a small, independently owned craft shop devoted, as far as Ann could see, to bric-a-brac themed around cats. Bric-a-brac. Cats. Kohaku dragged An inside the shop, then began to point excitedly at the wares which were available at the shelves. There really was a lot of cat-themed stationery on display. There were feline print pencil cases, post-it notes, and envelopes. But what had really caught Kohaku's eye was a spiral-bound, hard-backed notebook. The notebook was decorated with images of cartoon cats. Some of them were longing in the sun, while others played with balls of yarn. It was, as Kohaku had said, adorable. It's cute, yes. Anne smiled and glanced at the old lady, amused by this outburst. I'm surprised, though. About what? I didn't take you as a cat person. Really now? Kohaku's eyes crinkled with amusement. First you don't think I like sweets, and I think I can't stand cats? I really don't get it. Do I really seem that unapproachable? No, really, no. Love On was being perfectly honest. She had found Kohaku intimidating during the first meeting. She wouldn't have been at all surprised to learn Kohaku had been part of a gang in her youth. It's just... I don't know. You seem so... cool, I guess. Of course you do. Huh? Is that supposed to be a compliment? I did intend it as one. Oh gee, thanks a bunch. You're gonna make me blush. Goku laughed and flung an arm around An's shoulder. You're such a sweetie, An. I'm glad you think so highly of me. But do remember, I'm a pretty ordinary woman underneath all the bluster. I sleep in a bed, not a crypt. And I eat sweets, not blood. And I really like cute animals. All my stationery was cat-themed when I was still a student, and I would have loved a cute notebook like this, though it might have been wasted on me. I filled a whole forest full of notebooks when I was cramming for my uni entrance exams, and my notes weren't the neatest. My handwriting was kind of all over the place. My mom used to get in my case about it, actually. She was all like, how are you ever gonna pass your exams if nobody can read what you're writing? Of course I told her that since I was gonna be a doctor, messy handwriting wasn't just an expectation, it was a requirement. I thought that was pretty clever. And did that placate your mother? Hell no! Did it heck? My mom's not a bad sort, but she's pushy as all hell. Stubborn too. She knows how she likes things done, and if you can't measure up to her expectations, then... Kohaku crossed her neck with her index finger. Well, let's just leave it at that. I take it your mother was interested in dissections too, then? She's never dissected anything, or anyone, as far as I know. But I guess I must have inherited my tendencies from somewhere. Sometimes I think she wanted to dissect me when my room was super messy, which it often was. What's the time to clean up after themselves when you're studying around the clock? Fucking busy. We're busy. I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for cleaning. as I stare up again at my second monitor to find something to play in the background. There we go. She was a two-throat when she found out about the smoking either. But she didn't make you stop? At that point, she couldn't. Already grown up and moved on. I left my parents' house. Not that I apologize you in here for reminiscing of my past. I've gotten off topic. Why did you come in here then? Because of you, of course. Why me? Do you need to ask? Kohaku ruffled the top of An's head. It's almost your birthday, silly. I need to get you a gift. I've been keeping my eyes peeled, searching for something you might like, and I think something in here be a good bet. Do you want me to get you anything? If I was in your shoes, I'd choose this notebook. But there's some cute phone charms. Do you have a cell phone? Wait, don't answer that. Don't answer. Anybody here does. And earrings. Oh, and these hair accessories are cute too. On let Kohaku drag her about the store, talking a mile a minute all the while. Anna herself remained mute. She doubted she could get a word in edgewise. Not that she minded. She liked listening. She was glad that Kohaku cared this much about her birthday. I can see a whole bunch of adorable stuff here, but I'm not sure what you'd like. Do you see anything you fancy? Well, Anne had half a mind to demur. She did want to be in bother, but she didn't think Kohaku would appreciate that. Not wanting to fob her off, was it rude to reject another person's kindness? Anne eventually said, "If you really don't mind, then I think I would like that notebook after all." Well, of course I don't mind! What you gonna do with it? Lesson plans? I could do that, but it's so cute. It would be a shame to use it as something so mundane. Instead, I was thinking, well, with pics of you and your girlfriend. Yes, yes. What's muted? Oh my. Why is there a muted audio source? Oh, it's the desktop audio that's muted. Of course. The thing actually, the one thing I want to stay muted, because, you know, it'd be a bit awkward if it just started not being muted and just hear me my YouTube video I'm listening to in the background. Imagine that. I've never kept a diary before. I never really saw the point. I always thought it was a waste of time, but I have a lot of time and there's some things I wouldn't mind recording. Like what? Like, how cute you are. Anne's voice dropped in volume until it was scarcely audible. What else do you guess? Oh, you're so sweet. I wouldn't mind remembering this day either. Really? Really, really? So you're not the only one who's had fun, you know. Kohaku took the notebook from the shelf and then brought it to the counter. She paid for it, counting out the exact change in her purse, then handed it to Anne. Here you go. Happy birthday! It isn't my birthday yet, though. I know it's not, but I figure that a friend of yours is planning something for your actual birthday, and I wouldn't want to be getting away. Miranda is? Why do you say that? It's just a hunch I have. She seems like a jealous type, so I figured I should get the gift giving over with early. Besides, if you want to write about today, it'd be best to do it while it's still fresh in your memory. It wouldn't make sense to wait until next week. You wouldn't want to forget all those cool things I've said, now would ya? That'd be heartbreaking. I guess. Anne hugged the notebook to her chest. A small smile played across her lips. Thank you, Kohaku. Thank you for everything. She didn't just mean the birthday present either. She was talking about the times they spent together, and their idle conversation, and all the smiles that they had shared. There had been so many smiles that, for once, I couldn't remember all of them. Woo! The day! When Anne woke up the following morning, it was to the sound of birds twitter outside in her bedroom window. She was staring at the ceiling, which was pinkish red in the morning light, and groaned. What time was it? 6? Maybe 6:30. She wasn't sure. It was hard to tell. She knew, however, that it was much too early for her to be awake. Anne felt exhausted, but this couldn't be solely attributed to lack of sleep. The exertion yesterday had wear on her. She wasn't used to going outside for such a long stretch of time, and her feet were sore from all that walking. Her jaw, meanwhile, ached from smiling so much. That was a new experience for Anne. She wasn't much of a smiley person for years. She hadn't had very much to smile about. That had changed, however, after meeting Kohaku. Undoubtedly she would have much cause to smile on that particular day, however. Why should she, when she was now another year older? It was the 14th of July, and it was her birthday. Anne's teenage years were behind her. She was 20 now, so indisputably grown up. She was now allowed to smoke, drink, and do all the things Kohaku did. Aunt knew that her 20th birthday should have been a day to celebrate, but Aunt winced. Her head hurt. Was this the beginning of yet another migraine? She hoped not, though she doubted it would make the day worse than it was. That was impossible. Surely, when her mood was already so black. Time had passed. Time had passed her by as though in a blur. Now, almost unbelievably, she was 20. She had lived far longer than the doctor had thought she would. Longer than she herself had ever expected. Anne hadn't thought that she would ever live this long. And when she thought of the constant headaches that assaulted her, and the fatigue which went with it, she wondered whether it was all worthwhile. Was this what she wanted? Anne had no idea. She was at a loss. Anne felt uneasy as she endured her lesson that morning. Tamaki was in an uncommonly amicable mood, which made things more bearable than they might have otherwise been. But Anne's mind was still preoccupied with her birthday. She was 20 now. How could she be 20? It still didn't feel real. Anne's face hadn't changed in any meaningful manner since she had woken that morning, and neither had her body. But she felt different regardless. She felt so different, in fact, she was surprised that Tamaki could still recognize her. Anne felt dreamy and unfocused as she sat through her lessons, and almost failed to catch the birthday wishes a well-meaning Miss Kayano gave her before she left the classroom, once the bell had fallen to rung. Anne didn't fail to hear, however, a cheery voice which called out her once she set foot in the schoolyard. "Hey, Anne! Stop right there, I've got something for you!" Runa dashed over to her, wearing a smile bright enough to rival the summer sunshine. Then, before Anne could speak, she thrust something large and soft into the unsuspecting's arm. "Happy birthday!" Wait, baby? Do I? Probably not. Oof. Anne staggered back, winded by the weight of the mysterious object Runa had bequeathed upon her. It was so large it blotted out Anne's view. The world went dark for a few moments, and she fumbled. "Careful!" Runa secured the object anew, pushing it into Anne's chest. "Don't let him fall!" "Him?" Anne frowned. What was this gift Runa had given? What was this gift that Runa had given her? It looked like a plush toy, but it was so bulky Anne struggled to wrap her arms around it. Whatever the object was, it seemed to be drawing a lot of attention. Anne could hear curious whispers erupting about the courtyard. "What's that Miss Clemence is holding?" "Is it her birthday?" "Oh, that's so cute." "One too." By this point, quite a crowd had begun to form about them. Girls in Celia's uniforms were pausing to look at them, some amused while others sighed in envy. Runa's gift must have been a hard to mind to cause such attention. Perplexed, Anne examined the mysterious object. It was a curious creature with 4 stubby legs, black button eyes, and a mouth sewn into a cute, 3-shaped smile. Its fur was soft and fluffy, in pastel rainbow hues, and it sported 2 ears, a tail, and a bow tie about his neck. Whatever it was, in other words. An ass? What? No! In what universe does it look like a donkey? I don't know. I thought it was supposed to... That doesn't seem like a little one. Well, it's not. Jeez. It's actually supposed to be an alpaca. An alpaca? Yeah. All girls love alpacas. They're the cutest. The cutest. With their fluffy fur and their big old eyes. These stuffed toys are to die for. I wanted one of these myself for ages and ages. When I saw it in the store window, I was gonna snap it for myself, but then I thought, no, you're my friend, and I care about you, first and foremost. Since your birthday was coming up, I figured it'd be way, way better if I bought that cute alpaca for you instead. He's big and soft, so you can sleep with him at night and bury your face in his fur. And when you do that, you can think of me. Who gave him to you? It's almost like he's our baby. For a baby, he's awfully quiet. He's a very good, well-behaved baby. I think I might be a bit too young to have a child. But thank you for the present, Runa. It was very nice of you. It's no problem. So, do you like him? He's very... looked in the stuffed alpaca's eyes. They were black, like two buttons, and seemed strangely devoid of light. His mouth was sewn into a perpetual smile. His mouth, which was sewn into a perpetual smile, was cute, but there was something a touching unsettling about it. Anne had never been all that fond of stuffed toys, even as a child. She must have preferred dolls. The alpaca wasn't worldly to her taste, but she knew she could tell Runa that. She didn't want to upset her. The word she settled upon in the end, to surmise her feelings, was charming. I know, right? He's cute. He's super cute. I'm so jealous. I want one of my very own. It's not fair. Anne was half tempted to push the alpaca back into Runa's arms with a wry, if you want him so bad, you can take him. But of course, she didn't. That would have been rude. I'll keep him in my room, and you can see him whenever you stop by. How does that sound? That's perfect. I hope you take good care of him, Oh, I will. Not Anne appended, apparently, that I would want to. Something about the alpaca made her feel unsettled. She fully intended to shut it up away in a cupboard, where its beady eyes wouldn't bow into her soul. Rudy didn't need to know that, though. Ignorance was, as they said, bliss. The final week of July arrived in a haze of heat, and with that came the beginning of the summer holidays. It was a day the girls of St. Cecilia's had awaited eagerly. Plans had been made, dates crossed off the calendar, and now the promised day had dawned. School was officially over. They were free. They would be free, at least. But first they had to sit through the protracted assembly, presided over by Miss Akasaka. I'm gonna head real quick, be right back. All of Cecilia's students, from the little ones in the kindergarten class upwards, filed into the assembly hall that morning. It was a Saturday, and soon their families would arrive to pick them up. This was not slated to happen, however, until midday. Until the first of the cars arrived to escort Cecilia's young ladies up, the aforementioned young ladies who would remain at Miss Akasaka's mercy. It was an unpleasant, humid morning, and the 500 bodies crowded into the assembly hall did nothing to alleviate this. Girls sat upon the uncomfortable chairs, rotting beneath the pitiless sunlight which streamed in through the windows. It was a horror experience, but it was one all the girls had to endure. This was to be their final test of the school term. They simply had to withstand it. Anne, likewise, was doing her best to endure the heat, but efforts were in vain. She had been seated for less than a minute, but her forehead had already started to sweat. Her skirt, meanwhile, stuck uncomfortably on the back of her thighs. How long would this fracture take? Knowing Miss Akasaka and her love for pedantry, they might be here for upwards to an hour. I didn't think she could bear that, and neither did she want to. Where was Miss Akasaka? I ignored the inside of her cheek, while her eyes swept across the sea of bowed heads. Across the hall, I spotted Kohaku. She was leaning against the wall, looking disheveled. It was so hot that she had decided to forgo the white coat today. Her white arms were bare, her chest hitched beneath the plain black vest. Damn. Oh. Anne's eyes met Kohaku's for a fraction of a second. Kohaku shot her a cheeky grin, and Anne blushed and glanced away. Anne toyed with her hair. She brushed a few strands of it behind her ear, then paused. She heard her footsteps. Was that Miss Akasaka? Anne raised her head and... Good morning, girls. It is a pleasure as always to see you. Please, do settle down. This shall be the final assembly of the term before the school closes for the holidays. I'm sure you have things you would rather be doing than listen to me, so I will attempt to be brief. Miss Akasaka cleared her throat, then launched into a speech. Her words, contrary to her opening statement, were not all that brief. She spoke at great length about the school term which had finished, and the school term which was to follow. She commended the new students in the elementary class for settling in so well, and she implored the oldest girls to keep studying over the holidays for their university entrance exams. She then spoke to the holidays and bade them to take care of themselves during the upcoming month. You might be leaving over the summer, but know this. Miss Akasaka's gaze through the assembly hall. Gaze cut through the assembly hall. Her words sharp and deadly, like piano wire. No matter how far away you are from this school, you are still its representatives. Any poor conduct you engage in during the summer will reflect badly upon them myself and upon this story's establishment. My eyes see all and my ears hear all, and if you disgrace yourselves, I promise you, I shall hear it. Let that serve as a warning. This might be a time for relaxation, but that is no excuse to engage in sloppiness. Cecilia's core values should remain engraved upon the hearts no matter where you go. Let our tenets guide your actions and further shape you into exemplary citizens that might make this hallowed institution proud. Since Cecilia's wary students, suppressed by both heat and Miss Akasaka's intense gaze, listened to this address without argument. They nodded meekly and said, "Yes, miss," when bidden, and were so compliant. On the whole, they might as well have been cattle. Nobody stirred. Nobody sighed. Nobody flapped their shirt despite the sweltering heat, and nobody twirled with their hair. The assembly hall had been quiet silence. Almost eerily so. Nobody could defy Miss Akasaka's orders. They were absolute. She was the closest thing Miss Saint Cecilia had to a god, and she made sure that nobody forgot it. "Are you coming, Runa?" "Summer!" "Yes, Daddy. Just a second. I just want to say goodbye to my friend first." "Your friend, Runa's father was a tall, imposing man who didn't look much like his daughter. His black hair was streaked with white, and he wore a thin pair of spectacles which pinched the bridge of his nose. There was a permanent frown on his forehead, perhaps from overwork. He was dressed like he'd just come from a business meeting despite the heat, his tie neatly pressed in the shoulders of his back jacket, a row broad and sharp. Seemed was a fan of Summer Nansen from upcoming visual novel Summer of the End of the Universe, which has a free demo edition IO, and also Steam. This man looked on with the dissecting gaze of a scientist. Though it was a warm day, Anne felt the temperature plummet a good 10 degrees. She was shivering. "I believe we've met. Your name is Miss Clements, wasn't it?" "Yes, that's right." Aunt toyed with her skirt and felt so unworthy beneath Mr. Eguchi's gaze. She wasn't sure what to do with herself. Should she bow to him? He was so stern and uptight it seemed like the most appropriate response. But maybe that was too formal. Aunt just dithered, unsure what to do. I'm Anne Clements. I'm good to see you." "Charmed." Mr. Eguchi replied aloofly, in a manner that suggested that he wasn't all that charmed after all. "Alright then. I'll let you say your tearful farewells to Miss Runa. Don't let her hold you up for too long, though. We have a long journey back." "Yes, sir." Aunt did bad this time, as Runa's father walked away, taking Runa's suitcase with him. She hadn't been aware that she'd been holding her breath until she felt her lungs deflating into her chest. She had lived at St. Cecilia's for so long she had forgotten how to interact with men, if she ever had to know how to interact with them. Men seemed to belong not just to a different gender, but to a different species, a strange alien race that made Anne feel uncomfortable. Bleh. Runa, however, had less respect to show for her father. She stuck her tongue out at his retreating back, not only when he was far away enough, but only when he was far away enough that she was sure we wouldn't notice. Then she scowled. Good riddance to bad rubbish. Runa, you shouldn't say such a thing about your own father. Why shouldn't I? He can't hear me. Maybe not, but it's the principle of things. Oh, who cares about that stuff? He always gets on my case, so I might as well get on his. That's our voice. Anyway, enough of all that. We're wasting valuable time. I didn't ask to hang back so we could talk about my dad, the self-proclaimed master of the universe, and all the galaxies beyond it too, I'll bet. I've still got to say goodbye to you. That's way more important than him. That's right. I hope you have a good holiday, Runa. I hope so too. I doubt it'll be all that good without you, though. I wish you'd come with me. I don't want to leave you here all by your own. Oh, it'll be alright. I'll manage. Are you sure? It looks like almost everyone's leaving. Won't you be lonely? It looks like almost everyone's leaving. Won't you be lonely? It will be. Quiet, yes. But it might not be so bad. I don't mind my own company. Not when I have books to read. You and your books. You always have your nose buried in them. Like, they're any substitute for talking to other human beings. I know, right, Possum? I really do worry about you, Ann. That's kind of you. But it's unnecessary. Remember, I am your senior. I'm old enough to deal with my own problems. So, you admit that you've got problems? Runa. An's expression twisted. Please, it's not argue. Oh, fuck. I would far rather see you off with a smile. Well, we're not arguing. I was just expressing my concerns. Not that it's worth all that much, I guess. There's a limit to how much I can do for you. I did ask my dad if you could come with us over the summer, but he refused. He didn't even stop to think about it. He never ever listens to me. I appreciate the thought, but it's alright, that really is. I wouldn't want to impose on you and your family, and not for a whole month. I'll be just fine here. If you say so.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Thank you, Zoe. Good night, Zoe. Bye. Bruno looked uncertain but she let the subject drop. Man, I am so not looking forward to the drive back home. I bet my dad will be on my case as soon as I get in your car. Ugh. Forget dragging you back home with me. Maybe I should have spent all summer at Cecilia's too. I wouldn't have to deal with my old man then, and I'd be able to spend more quality time with you. It's a nice idea, but I can't condone it. I'm sure you'd miss your parents after a while. I don't know about that. You might not, but I do. Are you speaking from experience? Maybe. Anne had some sympathy for Runa, but it was limited. Try though she might, she couldn't feel that sorry for a girl whose parents cared about her so much, even if they cared a bit too much. An overbearing father could be a source for anxiety, but an entirely absent one as far as Anne was concerned. Even worse. Anne didn't even have a father to complain about. She hadn't seen him in years. Oh, Anne. Runa must have seen the envy in Anne's face, because she sighed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. It's alright. You didn't do anything wrong. We all have our own crosses to bear. I know that, but mine pales in comparison to yours. I'm always complaining to you about stupid stuff, and you smile and try to act nice. But I know that you're hurting too. I've got to stop being so selfish. I really, truly want to look out for you too, but I guess good intentions aren't enough. Not if they don't cheer you up. It's alright. I appreciate your company. I'm glad that you do. But I wouldn't be able to be with you over the summer. I have to go back home. I'll call you though, Anne. I'll keep in touch, no matter what happens. I won't let you feel lonely. Thank you, Runa. You're very nice to me. Of course I'm nice to you. We're friends. I like you a whole bunch, and that's why this whole thing sucks so much. Oh. This is so unfair. Runa, you... Oh. Glomp. Anne gasped as all of a sudden Runa glumped himself in honor. The air was knocked out of Anne's lungs and she staggered and wended as Runa's arms squeezed her. I like you, Anne. I like you a whole bunch, so please. Anne entreated. Runa tried to eat Anne. Her eyes squeezed shut. Don't forget me. And don't get too involved with that creepy nurse. What are you talking about? Do you even need to ask? Runa pouted. I've seen the way you look at that woman. I know much you like her, but I don't trust her. I don't want her to hurt you, and I don't want her to steal you from me. If you want off with her and forget... If you want off with her and forget about me, then... Well... I don't know what I'd do. July in the summer. Sun. Achievement. The last days of July wriggled by, and soon August was ushered in. July had been hot, but August was hotter still. The heat so oppressive that the mere act of breathing was difficult. The muggy air hummed with mosquitoes, and the grass in the school courtyard browned and withered beneath the sun. Some of St. Cecilia's students had been fortunate enough to return home with their parents, but Anna wasn't so lucky. She had nowhere to go but St. Cecilia's. It was her home and her prison, both. And now she was trapped. Like a princess in a tower, she had little to do but languish. Anne remained in her room during the early days of holidays and tried to keep her mind busy with her books. Her books kept Anne diverted for a few days, but they eventually began to lose their charm. Books were a nice escape every once in a while, but Anne knew from experience that they couldn't sustain happiness on their own. Something more concrete was required. It was too hot to stay in her room day after day. It was oppressive and stuffy alongside it. Miss, I gotta check on the dryer. Be right back. It was too hot to stay in her room day after day. It was oppressive and stuffy alongside it. Anne could not focus. She felt miserable. Eventually, on one especially fortunate morning, Anne decided that enough was enough. She had to escape. Otherwise, she would go crazy. In the end, it was desperation more than desire which brought Anne to the infirmary. She needed something to distract herself, and what made for a better distraction than Kohaku? Kohaku was persistently cheery, regardless of the weather, and Anne hoped she might be able to interject some levity into her life. Kohaku paused at the infirmary, then rapped her knuckles on the doors. She stood there in the sun-drenched hall, which felt far too quiet, hands twisting in the front. For a few moments, she wondered whether Kohaku would be there. Could she have gone to visit her parents in Tokyo? When? Yes? A voice responded from the other side of the door. A sweet voice that made Anne's heart hammer. You can come in if there's something you want. My door's always open, even when it's not. Anne recognized the voice in an instant. Its lilting, irreverberant tone would only belong to Kohaku. He was there after all. Anne sighed in relief. She was glad that Kohaku was there after all. But still, she did not step inside the infirmary. All of a sudden, she felt horribly self-conscious. Anne began to dither, wondering whether she wouldn't been posing that when... Now... What do you do? What do we have here? Ah! Anne jumped. Kohaku? That is indeed my name. I'm glad you remember it. And how are you, Anne? I'm alright. Well, good. I'm glad. Do you want to come in? Sure. Anne stepped inside the infirmary, which was a little cooler than the afternoon, than the hallway. The window was ajar, and from beyond it, Anne could see the courtyard. For once, it was utterly deserted. The trees and the flowers and the fountain devoid of people. There were no Cecilia students in their uniforms, and neither were there any teachers. The school was completely quiet. Kohaku took a seat on a swivel chair, while Anne, as she had before, sat down on the edge of the bed. Kohaku then shot Anne a curious look and said, "Your head hasn't been plaguing you up, has it?" "It has, just a little bit. It has, just a little bit, but it's nothing I can't manage." "I take it you didn't stop by because you're in horrible, unfathomable agony then?" "No. Why? Would you like me to be?" "Not particularly, though it might make my job a bit more interesting. The infirmary's been totally dead ever since the summer holiday started. I haven't seen a single patient. Not one." "Are you meant to be working?" "Ostensibly. I can't call it quits over the summer like some of the other staff members. Not when there's still kids on the campus. What would happen if any of them fell ill? It's my responsibility to stay behind and look out for them, should they need me. That's what Miss Akasaka told me." "I don't get nice, cushy, month-long holidays. I've still got to wake up at 7 in the morning and sit my butt at my desk, and like always." At least I'm being paid for the privilege of doing nothing. I got a pretty cushy job, I guess. I see. On toured with a skirt, pale fingers played like the wings of a moth. Suppose that made sense. Do you want to stay here? It's not a case of whether I want to or not. I don't have much of a choice what my contract stipulates. If you did have a choice, wouldn't you rather go back to Tokyo? I don't know about that. I've spent summers in Tokyo before and they're unbearable. Are they even worse than it is here? Much, much worse. All the tall buildings trap the heat. It makes you sweat like a pig, which isn't really my thing. The warm weather is a little more bearable around these parts, being so wide and sparse. The fan helps too, though it's kind of old and crappy. After all, couldn't ask for more, really. But isn't it boring here? Tokyo might be better. Tokyo might be harder, but there must be more things to do. There's more stuff to do, yeah, but I never really got a chance to make the most of it. I was too busy working, being a doctor, walk in the park, This job's slow by comparison, and it's kinda dull, but I think I'd take being lukewarm and bored over being hot and stressed out. It's not like I have anywhere to go in Tokyo without... It's not like I have anywhere to go. Anywhere in Tokyo to go. Anyway, I already moved out of my old apartment. What about your parents? I could crash with them if I really wanted, but it's kind of uncool at my age. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. They've been asking after me, actually. But I wouldn't want to put them out like that. Nope. All the things considered, it's fine here. Plus... Kohaku grinned, then ruffled the top of An's head. If I left this place for the summer, which I can't, as I've said, I want to be able to see your cute face. Which would be a huge shame. I've missed you, I'm not cute. Are we starting this again? Kohaku scoffed. You are cute. That's for a fact. QED. Better get used to it, sweetheart. Sweetheart? An spotted her face on fire. Kohaku didn't even try to explain herself. Instead, she giggled. Once her laughter had ebbed, Kohaku reached in her pocket for a cigarette, which she extricated with ease. She lit the cigarette and blew it and drew it to her lips, then inhaled. Kohaku held the smoke in her mouth for a few moments, her expression newly pensive, before she exhaled. An watched, mesmerized, as the smoke swirled faintly through the air. An had heard all about the dangers of cigarettes in biology, but the smoke they produced was oddly appealing. The smell was a bit of a turn-off, as were the images of smoke-blackened lungs she'd seen in the back of the old classroom. But still, she thought it suited Kohaku. She looked very sophisticated with that cigarette, stylish, even. Kohaku glanced at An from the corner of her eyes. She smiled. Is something wrong? What? Oh no. You sure You're looking at me pretty intently for a second. There is a thing on my face, is there? Or maybe... You don't want a drag of my cigarette, do you? No, it's fine. I'd rather not. Why not? It's not like you're not old enough. I know, but I've never done anything like this before. I don't want to start coughing all over you. So you're more worried about me than your own health? Kohaku giggled. Funny girl. You're too conscientious for your own good. I'm not that funny, am I? Maybe you are. Just a bit. Then again, we all are. I'm funny too, so... It all works out. Still. You don't have to worry about impressing me. I wouldn't mind sharing if you want, but... If you don't, that's fine too. It's probably better that way, actually. I wouldn't be much of a medical professional if I got you started smoking. Your textbooks aren't lying when they say this stuff's bad for you. You'd be best to steer clear. I thought as much. Unwatched as Kohaku brought the cigarette to her lips for a second time. She inhaled another mouthful of smoke, savoring it before standing to exhale out the open window. Ann held her breath. For a few moments, the infirmary was quite silent, save the whir of the fan and the beating of Ann's own heart. Ann spoke without knowing what it was she wished to say, spoke only for the sake of saying something to fill the silence. I was just wondering, why do you smoke when you know it's bad for you? Now that's a good question. Kohaku took another drag of a cigarette while she thought, her brow furrowed. Her eyes remained fixed upon the sky beyond the window, so pure and blue it could have been artificial. I guess it was because of the stress. Stress? Kohaku nodded. That and maybe a bit of peer pressure. It's a bad habit that I picked up in university. Everybody else doing it, especially at bars and parties and the like. And so I figured, hey, why not? It's cool to fit in, right? It helped to get a job, too, when I was studying. First it was a one-off thing, then it was a two-off, and then... Well... You know how it goes. It's something I do naturally know. I don't think about it. I guess I'm addicted at this point. But I've never cared enough to try to call it quits. Even if it ends up killing you? Lots of things can end up killing you. I could go outside later today and get hit by a car. At St. Cecilia's? Well, maybe not around here, no. But it's not an impossibility in Tokyo. It's real busy there, you know? People die all the time. They get run over, or stabbed, or sometimes they choke on their own food. It's all luck of the draw. I guess I figured if I'm gonna die anyway, I might as well do something that seems good. Besides, people do stupid things that's bad for them all the time. They have to in order to survive, even if it ends up killing them. Like working for insurance, for instance. Let's be real. Who actually enjoys it? I see your point. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't ask too many questions. Nah, it's fine, I don't mind. We're friends, remember? Confiding in others others part and parcel of this whole agreement. Kohaku took a few more drags of a cigarette, which had now begun to burn out. She took the last of the nicotine inside her lungs and set the cigarette out on an ashtray on the desk. So, I got any plans for the summer? I shook her head. Guess you're like me. I know I should be happy about it, but it's nice to know that I won't be all on my own. Don't worry about it. I felt the same about you. Yeah? Guess we're both as bad as each other, then. I suppose so. Now you've got me wondering. Since you've got nothing to do, and I've got nothing to do, maybe we could do nothing together. Isn't that what we're doing right now? I guess. But we don't have to do nothing shut inside. There's plenty of other better places we could do nothing. Places like... I don't know. The school pool, for instance? It is still open. It stays open all summer, even during the holidays, but... I don't really go there. I can't swim. Ah, yes. I remember that. You already told me. You don't drive, nor ride a bike, nor swim. And I bet you can't ice skate either. I'm sorry. Hey, it's alright! Don't apologize, it's not your fault. You never had an opportunity to do everything. It's a bit of a shame, though. I don't think I'm here to teach you how to drive, but swimming was not totally off the table. Since this school has a pool and there's hardly any brats around, we might as well make use of it. What do you say? Why don't you let me be your coach? I'm not sure about that. It's not just that I can't swim. I don't have a swimsuit either. Well, I'd figure. You can't swim, there's no reason for you to have a swimsuit. But hey! It's at the end of the world. We could always get you one! We can make it a date. We can make a date out of it, in fact. Why don't we go to town the weekend? Pick up a cute swimsuit for you and then get something to eat. And then we could spend all of Sunday in the pool. Just me and you. It should be a nice respite from the heat. Even if floating is all you can manage. I think that sounds fun. Kohaku sounded enthused by the idea, but An was slightly less certain. Sincerely, might have been a fishbowl, but An was no fish. She didn't trust herself to swim. She didn't even trust herself to float. It seemed far more likely she would sink, then choke, then drown. The thought was an unpleasant one, but... Don't you want to make some fun summer memories with me? Well, An frowned. She didn't have any faith in herself, but Kohaku was another matter. Maybe she should try and do something fun for a change. Was that not why she had sought Kohaku out in the first place? She was tired of being alone. Alright, I'll give it a go. Just don't expect too much. I wouldn't want to let you down. And if you could... I'm happy just spending time with you. What else are friends for? The weekend soon arrived, and with it came An and Kohaku's trip to nearby town. Kohaku took the twisting, turning road to lead to the place. During the event drive, she put some music on. Not classical this time, but a CD from her own collection. I got a bunch more tapes, but there's no way to play them in this car. They're too old. Stuff always falls by the wayside as time grows on. It's kind of sad, but I guess that's how life is. I wasn't sure how to describe the music Kohaku played. It was frantic and fast-paced, and made her feel tense. Bye! Thanks for passing the hydrate. Be safe! She never listened to music like it before, but I knew that didn't mean much. I'll make bad choices just for— I didn't say anything though. I didn't tell you to make any type of choices. She never taken time to listen to music in general. Kohaku parked the car once they arrived in their destination, then led on to the nearest boutique. The faceless, featureless mannequins in the windows all dolled up in the latest summer fashion. The clothes on display weren't very much like the ones on wall, and presumed they were far more fashionable, though this was another subject she knew little about. Sometimes, even she marveled at her own ignorance. The clothes on the hangers were mildly light and pastel, or mint green and baby blue and soft watery yellow. The shirts were low cut, the skirts were short, and the shorts still. The shop assistant were dressed similarly from the mannequins, in summery dresses and ruffled shirts. But they, unlike the mannequins, had faces! And well-defined ones at that. The assistant wore black, sweeping eyeliner and smoky eyeshadow and made their irises pop. The contours of their cheeks were picked out with blush, and their lips were daubed with glossy shades of pink and red. Anne couldn't help but be impressed. Didn't apply all that makeup herself. Didn't apply all that makeup. Take time. Anne had never worn makeup before. Nobody ever had taught her how. These girls were probably the same age as Anne, but they seemed like specimens from another planet. They smiled easily and greeted their customers without, as far as Anne could detect, any self-consciousness. Their gestures were, instead, very neat and self-assured. Would she ever be like that? Anne doubted it. This whole excursion had been a blow to Anne's head, with Anne's already fragile ego, but they weren't over yet. Puck had invited Anne into town so that Anne could compare herself to pretty shop assistants, then flounder herself effacement. There was a vastly more practical reason why they had entered the shop. Anne still needed to pick out a swimsuit. There was so much to choose from, however, Anne wasn't sure which to begin. The only swimsuit she had owned had been the plain navy ones, stipulated by St. Cecilia's for swimming class, which she disposed of after graduating. She never wanted to see it, nor the school pool ever again, until today. I had imagined as she crumpled up that hateful article she'd ever be coaxed into buying another swimsuit, but Pity! I think this is the one. It really suits you, Anne. Look at her. Look at her. She's so pretty. I love women. Are you sure? I'm very sure. I don't know. Anne looked down at her feet, her face flushed. Doesn't it show a lot of skin? That's the whole point, silly. Swimsuits tend to be pretty exposing, but there's no need to worry. You made everything you've tried on look good. I think this swimsuit takes the cake. It's too adorable for words. Really? Anne looked down at her bad stomach and her exposed thighs and blushed even harder. Her toes were bare, which were bare, twitched against the wood floor and the changing room. I don't know if it's much different from any of the other swimsuits. They all look kind of similar. Style-wise, they're all kind of samey, yeah, but there's a limit to how much you can do with a bikini. You don't want anything with, say, a sailor collar or laces at the front or tiny little panels. You don't cover anything. You don't cover anything, right? Of course not. I'd never be able to wear that. Not in the school pool. But if it wasn't at school, it'd be alright. It wouldn't be alright anyway. I'd die. I'd literally die. You're being melodramatic. There's no medical predicament for that. I wouldn't want to make you uncomfortable though. I'd like to think that I have a good handle on your taste by now, which is why I chose this swimsuit in particular. It's a little sexy, but it doesn't show too much. The top part keeps everything covered, and there's a little bit of frill on the for further modesty. It is very pretty. It is very pretty. I like it a lot. I think it's the perfect blend of practical and adorable. It shows off all your charms, and it should be easy enough to move out in. Good job, me! I am a genius. If you say so. I do say so. I had to get a diploma for this. I don't mean to be rude, but you might be thinking a bit too highly of yourself. Of me? Nah. You're the one thinking highly of here, silly. What? Ann's voice trailed off. She still felt awkward, and she wasn't at all comfortable in her own skin, but Kohaku seemed to care for her despite all that. Kohaku's smile remained unwavering, her faith absolute. And perhaps that was why, despite her misgivings, Ann found herself smiling in return. It was hard not to when she was with Kohaku. Kohaku always seemed to find a way to cheer her up. The swimsuit purchased, Kohaku and Ann stopped by the nearby Petite Jardin for a bit to eat. Just like their previous visit, they were both led to the table by a smiling waitress. She handed them a menu, then bade them to take their time to look through the items. It was around midday and the restaurant was fairly busy. Most of the tables were occupied, be it with family, friends, or couples. Owner of the table, immediately opposite Ann's, was trying to coerce her child into eating their peas, and the teenage girl at the table behind snorted loudly at a joke. It was noisy, but for once, Ann didn't feel uncomfortable. She felt like she was just one customer of many, unremarkable, unobtrusive, and ordinary. Ann had always wanted to be an ordinary girl who had ordinary things, and she would think of nothing more. And she could think of nothing more than... And she could think of nothing more ordinary than going to a family restaurant with a friend. She was finally fitting in. Here you go. There's a black coffee for you, and a potato and cheese gratin. Cheese gratin. The waitress set the coffee cup in the plate of gooey, cheesy gratin down in front of Kohaku. And a hamburger steak with salad for you. Enjoy! The waitress bowed, then set off the now empty tray beneath her arm. The sound of her footsteps receded, swallowed by the idle chatter which drifted through the restaurant. The child who had refused to eat their peas was now wailing, while the put-upon mother struggled to console them. Two of the children at a nearby table, meanwhile, were locked in an aggressive game of thumb wrestling, and the girl was smirking smugly while the boys, probably her younger brothers, whimpered. The air was thick with smell of fried food. The aroma of Kohaku's coffee was strong enough to outdo it. It was a potent smell which made Ann frown. She'd never been a fan of coffee. Kohaku's eyes met Ann's across the table. She smiled. What is it? What? You know, you're glaring at my coffee like it's murdered your mother. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't like coffee very much is all. Is it too bitter? Black coffee in particular, yeah. Even the smell is kind of... you know. Ah, I see. I apologize. Are my coffee drinking habits offensive to your nose? Your Highness? No, it's fine. It's not like it's worse than like cigarettes. I don't know how you can drink it though. It goes down well in the practice. I didn't start drinking it out of the fun though. No? No, I don't think anybody does. It's unpleasant to most palates at first. But you get used to it. I had to get used to it. Studying medicine, I was inundated with work. I pushed myself around the clock so I could graduate. I guess I have Mr. Ishikawa to thank for that. Not that I'd be caught dead saying anything like nice to that wizened old asshole. Mr. Ishikawa? He was a lecturer at my uni. He absolutely hated me, that rotten rat bastard. Hated you? Why? Oh, for all sorts of things. He said it was my conduct and all my piercings, but I have a sneaking suspicion it might have been because I'm a woman. He was never upfront about it, but he made a whole bunch of insinuations. There weren't that many women in my course. I was one of 4, and we always got singled out for our mistakes. He gives way more grief than any of the guys. You could tell he didn't think we belonged. He didn't think we had any place in medicine. I mean, we're the fairer sex. Kohaku made a quotation mark with her fingers. For a reason, right? Nursing was all well and good. I think the ratio of male and female students in the nursing course were... what? 1 to 50? But actual surgery? Cutting bodies up and stitching them together and administering antibiotics? Nah. All that fun stuff's meant for the men! That's what Mr. Ikushima thought, at least. He's always asking me to pop into his office for little chats, trying to act concerned about my progress, but he was really looking for ways to tear me down. I wasn't having any of it, though. I worked damn hard, though. I had to pull a whole bunch of all-nighters to get my assignments done. Especially during the year where I was out on placement. It was all sorts of awful, but I had coffee to get me through it, and the cigarettes, and I think I turned out pretty okay. I passed the national medicine exam, and my first try, might add. And then I got to rub it into Mr. Ishikawa's disgruntled, raisined face at the graduation ceremony. Ha ha ha! Kohaku cackled in a manner that was almost maniacal. He laughed so loudly, in fact, that the girl crying over her yucky peas silenced herself, and the brother and sister who had been thumb wrestling paused mid-match. God, that takes me back. It made slaving away at uni for 6 fucking years, busting my ass off, worthwhile. I think I like that even more than the actually doing the job that followed. You think that sounds petty? I don't think it sounds petty at all. You worked hard and you kept at it, even when people doubted you. Impressive. I don't think I could do that. Well, well, you're younger than I am, and you'll come in time, I'm sure. I don't know. I do. I think you've got more gumption than you give yourself credit for. It isn't like my life's been unmitigated success, though. Not by any measure. I was able to get a degree, but I'm still at a service resident, not a fully fledged doctor. I worked at a hospital for a while, but I have to answer to my superior for everything. I wasn't at a stage where I could just make decisions for myself. If I lived at the hospital itself, I could be called in whenever they were short-staffed. I had no work-life balance. It was all pretty stressful. The patients could be bad, but my coworkers were even worse. As for my superior... Good God, Saito. Good God. Saito was even worse than Ishikawa. I gave him my best shot for a couple of years, but it all started to wear on me. I never had any free time, and though the pay wasn't bad, I started to wonder whether it was really worth it. Then... Kohaku's voice traveled away. She shrugged. But let's not go there. My coffee's bitter enough without all this reminiscing. Let's eat instead. I prefer to get cold. Right. Ann brought her knife to a steak and dug the blade into its yielding flesh. The steak was glazed with reddish-brown tonkatsu sauce, and the inside was cooked to perfection, brown and moist. Ann brought a bite-sized piece of meat to her mouth, skewering it with a fork, while Kohaku watched and noted approvingly. Oh, that looks good! Do you want some? I probably shouldn't. I have my own food to eat. But... if you don't mind, I could do a swapsies. Do you want to try some of my gratin? I'm gonna Google how the fucking say that word because I'm curious. Gratin. Oh. Pronunciation. Gratin. Gratin. Do you want to try some of my gratin? If you don't mind. I don't want to bite. Fair is fair, after all. Now open wide. Kohaku scooped a bit of gratin into a spoon and proffered it to Ann. Say, ah! The old Ann of several weeks prior would have balked at the intimacy of such an act, but the new Ann was less hesitant. Her face still turned pink, but she didn't shy away from Kohaku. Instead, she leant in and parted her lips. Here you go! Kohaku slid a spoonful of gratin into Ann's awaiting mouth. The gratin was a little hotter than she was expecting, and Ann gasped when she tasted it. Her tongue tinged, but it was a pleasant sensation. The gratin was neither too hot nor too cold. In the words of Goldilocks, it was just right. It was made of all the better still, because Kohaku had fed it to her. That made the gratin taste better than Ann could ever have anticipated. That's pretty gay. Whoa! And I think we're gonna leave it at that. Sorry to deprive you of the very, very pretty looking nurse in her very, very nice outfit of swimwear. But it is getting a bit late. It is starting to get dark outside and I need to do some food eating. So we will move over to here real quick. And I know we're gonna raid, but let's just check in case there's anyone else available to raid right now. Let's check real quick on my phone. We got the Outer Wilds. I'm playing the game. I was playing those games. Dang, sad. No, I'm playing the games this time. Oh well, that's fine. That was Fragile Feelings. So yeah, that was a bit of Fragile Feelings. I don't know how far we're in. I think we're probably, I think, 1 or 2 more streams to go. Guessing, maybe more pace, maybe another, at least one more. I think, at least maybe another one. I'll say with at least 2 more. At least 2 more streams to go for Fragile Feelings, but we got pretty far. I'm excited. It's looking very fun. They're very cute. It's getting a bit cute. They're getting closer together. And that's good to hear. Good to hear. And so we're gonna go. Of course, we're gonna raid the Pink Cat Girl doing puzzle Sundays right now, unless she's ending, which is very awkward, very funny. But we're gonna raid the Pink Cat Girl, if I spell her name correctly. And the next stream, will probably, guaranteed, probably Tuesday, I think. Because I have work tomorrow, but if I get off work at a good time, I might do Splatoon tomorrow, but, I don't know. But, probably Tuesday I could do the Splatoon if I can make it tomorrow. Not sure what time though, so I don't know what time for anything, because I have things to do on Tuesday morning. And I don't know when we get home, but, I'm gonna try and hope I can make it to the usual time for stream on Tuesday, if possible. So, yes. Next stream will be Splatoon. Not sure what day or time, but it will be Splatoon. I'll be doing the Side Order DLC that, has been out for a bit, to say the least. Which is kind of funny. But yes, that was the stream. Hope you all enjoyed. Hope you have a lovely rest of your Sapphic Sunday. And I will see you guys on the next stream. Whenever that is. I don't know yet. I haven't a clue. But I'll see you guys then. Bye!